Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Secrets of Monkey Island. My name is Frank Cifaldi. I'm the founder and co-director of the Video Game History Foundation. We're a charity dedicated to ensuring that video game history is not just preserved, but accessible to people who want to tell its stories. This stream is actually part of our new project. It's called the Video Game Source Project. We believe that there's no better way to study how a game was made than by actually accessing its raw materials, just like we're doing today with The Secret of Monkey Island. Unfortunately, access to materials like these has traditionally been pretty rare, meaning that we're missing out on a lot of interesting stories about how our favorite games were made. Worse than that, a lot of this material has been lost or maybe mishandled over the years. Could be rotting away on ancient floppy disks in a garage somewhere, for example, if it even survives at all. And in a lot of cases, it just doesn't. So we're trying to fix that as much as we can. If this cause speaks to you and you'd like to help out, there's a link in the description to the Video Game Source Project, or just simply go to gamehistory.org. But in the meantime, I am pleased to present today's guest, Mr. Ron Gilbert. How you doing, Ron?
I'm doing good.
Good to have
Yeah,
you
I
here.
can't believe I've known you for so long and I never knew how to pronounce your last name.
So that is my family's very Americanized pronunciation. See, if we were in Italy right now, in the home country, that would be that'd actually be Franco Cifaldi. So if you prefer the original Italian, that's how we'll roll. Um, so Ron, thank you so much for joining us. 30 years. Can you believe that? Like, does that feel real to you that it was 30 years ago?
Yeah, that's a long time. That's a
um,
very
who was? I mean, let's kind of set the stage. Who was Ron Gilbert 30 years ago?
uh, was I think thankfully I was like young and naive. And I think that, games like Maniac Mansion and Monkey Island came about. And I did a talk about this, about they came about because, it's like I was too stupid to know it couldn't be done. And I think there's a lot of about being naive that is really beneficial, especially when you're kind of dealing with a lot of creative issues. And I think back then I was definitely very naive. I didn't really know how things worked, and I think that's kind of a benefit in some weird way.
Yeah, and um, when you say naive, it makes me kind of think of uh, what it must have been like for someone who worked at Lucasfilm Games to then go on elsewhere, because your environment, I think, there in terms of um, your creative freedom was maybe a little different than other game developers might be used to, right?
Yeah, we had a lot of creative freedom to to do stuff there. I don't ever really remember like a green light for Monkey Island. It's just you just started working on it, and I certainly had a lot of conversations with my boss Steve about the game and about what I wanted to accomplish with it. But there was never kind of a formal green light process when I was there, which I think that works out well. For a lot of reasons.
Yeah,
When you're kind of doing stuff like that, and I think the environment at Lucasfilm at the time, it's like I really credit Steve Arnold, who was our boss at the time and running everything. He was kind of very good at letting us do what we needed to do, and shielding us from all of the corporate stuff that was going on.
so how did projects get off the ground at Lucasfilm Games? I mean, was there an approval process or what?
There wasn't a formal approval process. I know that after I left, a lot of that changed, but while I was there, I think the approval process was very informal. It was just a lot of getting consensus from the other people that worked there, and talking to Steve, and but there wasn't like I never had to do a presentation, where I said, well, this is Monkey Island, and then the marketing department had to buy off on it, and all these people had to buy off on it. It was a lot of informality with that approval process.
Yeah, and in fact, I mean, I think we've seen for those of us like me who are maybe a little bit historically maybe obsessed is the word with Lucasfilm Games. We've seen a lot of like internal pitch documents that sort of went around. And I don't even know if pitch document is the right word, right? It's sort of there's sort of a lot of just writing up ideas and passing them around, right?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of called them one pagers, even though they were longer than one page. But it was like, get your idea down very succinctly, in one or two pages, and then, pass them around. I give them to Noah or to Morningstar or to Eric or, all these people, and just kind of get feedback on them. But it was, very informal. And
Yeah.
it really was, about going to the printer and printing out a piece of paper and then taking the piece of paper around to someone's office.
And just kind of seeing like, hey, does this strike a chord with you? Does it sound interesting?
Yeah, yeah, and I think at the time Noah was really good for me to bounce ideas off of, because he was very good at looking at an idea and just kind of picking out the problems that might exist in it. So I use Noah quite a bit to bounce stuff off of.
So, your first traditional adventure game at Lucasfilm Games was Maniac Mansion, and I don't want to go too deep into it. And in fact, anyone who's interested in the making of Maniac Mansion, I'm pretty sure your GDC talk is free on YouTube somewhere. So there is a post-mortem that Ron did previously. I highly recommend it. It's really good stuff. But Maniac Mansion is sort of where you introduced the scripting language that would sort of go on to define not just your adventure games for a long time, but Lucasfilms, right?
Yeah, that was SCUM, which stood for the. See, now I'm totally spacing out what SCUM stood for. This is what you're doing to me.
do you want help? Do you want to phone a friend?
No, script creation utility for Maniac Mansion. I just totally blanked on what the C stood for. It's the only time I've done that in my whole life. Yeah, script creation utility for Maniac Mansion. And, that's, I don't know that it started out as a general purpose adventure game scripting language. For me, it was just a way that it was something I needed to do to get Maniac Mansion done. Because I started coding it in 6502 assembly language, and that was pretty obvious that was just not going to work. And I think it was really Chip Morningstar. It was kind of his suggestion of, you should really create a scripting language. And, Chip wrote the first version of the compiler, and, that was really the genesis of that. And I don't think it was really until, Maniac Mansion was done and David Fox went off and started doing Zach McCracken that the SCUM language, kind of realized, oh, well, this can be used for other games.
Yeah.
And so then it started to get generalized, and then Brian Moriarty came on to do Loom, and it was generalized even more. And so I think that's kind of the point that it became a general purpose adventure game scripting language.
So other than, making Maniac Mansion possible, right? Like what are the sort of advantages that there were from creating the scripting language, or more specifically, like what did SCUM do that was maybe a little more special than you might see elsewhere?
Well, I think the advantage to having a really good scripting language, and that's even true today, right? You could write an adventure game completely in C++, but for the games that I've done, like Thimbleweed Park or Dolores or whatever, it's like I definitely use a scripting language because I want to be able to iterate very, very quickly. Mm-hmm. And a scripting language with SCUM, especially coming from a world where the other alternative was 6502 assembly language, you really want to be able to iterate. You want to be able to very quickly add something and to see whether you like it or not, or whether it's just funny or whatever. And so, SCUM really provided this way that, we could iterate very, very quickly on things. And I think that really comes to fruition when you look at Monkey Island, because, that was, a game, I kind of jokingly describe it as improv game development, right? It wasn't that bad, but it was just a lot of just thinking of funny things, and because SCUM allowed us to very quickly add them to the game, it felt a lot like improv game development.
Well, that's an excellent segue for a segment that I sort of had in mind here.
Yeah, I have it on my notes here. Provide good segues.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Ron. that hour we spent prepping was definitely worth it. I thought it might be cool for people to actually see how SCUM works. So let's get this not exactly accurate script editor to the time anyway. This is just Notepad++, but we'll get that going.
You didn't round up a copy of Brief?
You know what? I did. I did get a copy of Brief, and I had it running in DOSBox, and the problem was that it didn't like the line breaks that were in my scripting files for some reason. So everything was on one line. So I didn't feel like scrolling forever, so I went with Notepad++. But actually, really quick, let's just look in DOSBox here at a scene from the original Monkey Island, just to sort of set the stage. So I have a save state here. So this is in the Scum bar, and a lot of people probably remember all this. This is the three important looking pirates you talk to. There's a cook that comes in and out of the kitchen. That's scripted as well. So when you normally talk to the pirates, you have three options for what you want to say, and one of them's kind of a joke. Yeah, get lost, boy, you bother us. So I thought just to sort of demonstrate the improv nature, we would just quickly write a new line of dialogue for that. So we're just going to script that in Scum real quick here. So here's the scene we were just looking at, right? So Ron, this is legible for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So
it's all committed to memory anyway.
Okay, yeah. Every Scum script is just a file in your brain for the
scene. Just throw out a file name and a line number, and I'll tell you.
Bar dialogue, line 136. What do you got?
I know it's something. I think it's a comment.
That one's on screen right now. You could have cheated. So this is a scene we were just looking at, right? So you start dialogue, and you have three lines of dialogue that are your options, right? And that sort of set dialogue is what your line can be, right? So these are the three we were looking at. I want to be a fireman. I want to be a pirate. I mean to kill you all. So what we can do really quick is just add a set dialogue 4, right? We can do set dialogue 4. I'm absolutely improvising this. This wasn't well rehearsed or anything. I want to be a salesman. So then, of course, we've set it. We need a response, right? So we can see here, right, set dialogue 3. So of dialogue 3 would be the response, right? So we can just add an of dialogue 4. Open that. Don't forget that. So let's see. So we can have the pirates, the three pirates, and then specifically pirate leader 1. Then we'd better change your costume. And then maybe you can explain this. In my brief learning of Scum, I just always do wait for message. It just kind of seems like pressing clear on the calculator a bunch of times.
Well, you need to wait for message because if you do, 2 says in a row, the second one will just trump the first one.
Got you.
So you need to do a wait for the dialogue to finish before you do the second one.
Makes sense. So, okay, pirate leader's like, okay, we better change your costume. Guybrush says, okay. And then, let's see. So we'll say Guybrush will change his costume to Stan, the salesman. And just to be accurate to Stan, his talk color is yellow. Because when Stan speaks, it is yellow, unlike Guybrush, who I think is white. So we'll pause here for comedic effect, and then we will tell our actor Guybrush to face forward, face the camera, wait for a message, and then we'll have him say a line, the actor we're on, cool, wait for message, and then we will jump to a function called end dialogue, which is just giving you it's ending the exchange and giving you control again. Anything look wrong to you before we build? Does it look all right?
I don't know. You should send it through code review.
Okay. All right. Let's save and try building. Let's see what happens. All right. Back to DOS. All right. Oops. And do you want to build in real time, or should I fast forward the emulator?
How long does it take to build?
It doesn't take that long.
In reality, it would take hours to rebuild the game.
Even just building one room like this?
Oh, not one room, but if we were going to rebuild the whole
Oh,
game.
the whole game. Yeah, actually, the first time I built this game, it did take a couple hours. Yeah,
Yeah.
we already scummed the bar, so it looks good here. I probably don't have to build all of these LFL files every time, but it's so quick that I just do it. And let's test out our build. So we'll load our save state here, and then if it worked. There it is. All right. Yeah, so not exactly Monkey Island humor, but this kind of demonstrates, how quickly Scum allowed you to just improvise. And, to me, that's sort of the magic of these games is the ability to sort of iterate quickly and just, toss ideas in. Was that kind of true even from the start? Like once you had that in Maniac, did you kind of find that you had a lot of creative freedom to just improvise and polish?
Yeah, I mean, the kind of the original goal of Scum was to be something that non-programmers could use. That I wanted to like attract people who were just writers to be able to do stuff, and I don't think it ever really achieved that.
Okay.
But because there was this impetus to be simple and to be able to iterate kind of for that reason, I think it allowed us to. And I know during Maniac Mansion, David would do a lot of stuff that he would just very quickly code together to show me, or I would do funny stuff. And so I think it really did what we wanted it to do, with being able to quickly iterate things.
It's funny that you say that, maybe it's not good enough for just a writer to do. I mean, I'm an idiot and I just did that. Like that wasn't that bad. But
well, I stand corrected.
I like to say that I now have like a high school freshman fluency in Scum. Like I can read it. I don't know if I could speak it, but I can read it. Okay. I can copy it. I can copy some functions. Actually, while we're talking about tools, it might be kind of fun to show a couple of the others. So, for example, so I mean, you kind of had a naming convention going, right? Like after Scum, right? You had
yeah, it was disgusting bodily fluid.
Yeah. So we could take a look at Phlegm, for example. So Phlegm is the tool for. I mean, I don't know. Would it be rooms? Is that what we call it, or would it just be the art for the rooms?
Yeah, they're rooms.
Yeah. So we could look at the Scum bar. This one I am going to fast forward. This takes forever to load. There we go. So by default, the Scum bar, I mean, those who have played the game know that there's all kinds of pirate animation happening around here. There's a guy here spinning on the chandelier. But they're not viewable right now. I mean, partially because they actually leave at one point in the game. The bar empties out. But the way that it worked, especially in this game, the system might have changed later. Is you kind of have these objects on the same file over to the right that you could sort of call into the scene as animations, right?
Yeah. I mean, it all had to exist in the same dpaint file. And so all the object animations just got shifted over to the right.
And what we can actually kind of show is, as part of the tool, you can right click to put a frame where it would be. So you can sort of start seeing what the animation would look like even. But yeah, you would sort of, highlight them, I think, and then you would define them.
Right.
But it's not just, animations. It's also like if an item was in the room to pick up, for example, right? Like I think there might be one in here even. Yeah. So at one point in the game, you can pick up these grog mugs, and it wasn't, it wasn't like a transparent mug over the scene. Like it actually had to be drawn as part of the scene, and then it would just kind of draw or not draw if it were in the room or not, right?
Yeah, maybe transparent pixels were like voodoo magic back then. So everything had to be square, square chunks that get drawn, and a lot of it, you notice that things are like these 8 pixel wide strips. So we really couldn't have an object that was 3 pixels wide or 5 pixels wide. Everything had to be 8 pixels. And that was because in order to get the speed on the rendering, things were drawn in strips. Because we scrolled left and right, if the screen scrolled, we could just do a very quick block memory move and then redraw the one strip that showed up when you scrolled the screen.
Got it.
And it was a lot faster if everything was done in these 8 pixel, boundaries. So everything had to be in these 8 pixel chunks.
Something a little bit innocuous but fun that I can show off is that these down here are not actually in the shipped game. These 3 frames of animation, and what those did was they would, I don't know if they were ever built in the game, but they correspond here to the chandelier right above the 3 important looking pyres. They kind of flickered the fire at the same time that the fireplace did. That's just kind of a fun little interesting thing to look at here. What else did you have? You have Bile. So what was Bile, Ron?
Bile was a character animator.
Right. So we can load. Actually, do you want to explain really quickly? We're loading a costume. So what's the difference between an actor and a costume?
Well, an actor has no visual representation. So, in the game Guybrush, he has no look, he has no pixels, he's simply a data structure in the game. And so then you can attach a costume to somebody to actually make them look like something. Like you made Guybrush look like Stan, and you didn't do that by switching to a whole new actor called Stan. You just did that by changing Guybrush's costume.
Right. And then so we can see, Guybrush is a very sort of basic costume, at least the Guybrush file. There's special case Guybrush costumes as well, for when he's like looking at the map or pulling out the telescope, stuff like that. But this is the sort of your base Scum costume. And in fact, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the Maniac Mansion costumes were just this, right? It was just walking and talking.
Yeah, I mean, this whole animation system was something that was created by Charlie Kellner, who had used it for some of the games that he was working on back in the Commodore 64 days of stuff. And it's a great animation system because it can do layered levels, and each of the layers doesn't have to be the same number of frames. So some things can be 4 frames, some things can be 8 frames, and as it plays through, things can kind of get out of sync with each other, which I think creates a more interesting, less repetitive look.
Right.
So this is basically the same system as used in Maniac Mansion.
Oh, look, there's Indy being used as reference at some point from the previous game. I just noticed that. And then not really sure. I mean, we could look at Spit for a second even. So Spit was the sort of font tool. Editor. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And in fact, I've got them in Monkey 2, so we can look at like big font here. So yeah, you could forget how it works. Yeah, so that was the font editor. I
mean, one thing that's really nice about making games today is we don't really have to build all of these tools ourselves.
Yeah.
Everything back then we had to build ourselves. The font editor, everything. And it's a lot nicer today because there's so many off-the-shelf tools that you can use for things.
Yeah. I mean, you're still building your own scripting language, I guess. You're not.
Yeah. I am building my scripting language, but there's a lot of tools I don't build. I don't build font editors anymore.
Right.
There are lots of nice TrueType font editors out there, and Photoshop is great for editing art. I don't worry about sound. I mean, there's so much that I don't have to do today that we had to do back then.
Yeah, and so today, I guess, you don't have to spend time on that. You could spend time just making the game, right?
Right.
So let's talk about Monkey Island. So
Heard of it?
Yeah, it's came out about 30 years ago this month, from what I hear. Um, so Monkey Island, I mean, it kind of started life in the way we were talking about, right? Where it was sort of a what'd you call it? A one sheet.
Yeah, one sheets.
And so you sort of made, and in fact, I have a photo of one. If we get rid of DOSBox here. So yeah, it kind of started life as a one sheet that you were passing around, right? It was just kind of one of maybe a few game ideas that you were having sort of post Maniac, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So this one survived. Obviously sort of a different title here. Mutiny on Monkey Island. Not as compelling, and I don't think people would be asking you today, what is the mutiny? I've read through these.
Maybe that's a good thing.
People would stop asking you. They wouldn't have a secret to ask you about. I've sort of read through these, and it's interesting sort of historical document to have survived these sort of early story docs, because it's you can see bits and pieces of what would become the secret of Monkey Island in these, but there's some differences. Like, for example, your plot back when you were starting this was that on Melee Island, and it was Melee Island from the start, the governor was certainly not Elaine Marley. It was someone named Governor Fat, and he was sort of this, publicly facing. He seemed okay, but he sort of had this dark agenda and was after power, and he sort of understood that there was this power on Monkey Island. And so you, as the player, would... it follows similar structure to the final game. You would recruit your crew. You would set out to Monkey Island, and you would sort of discover the truth, and maybe I'm not sure about the ending, but probably take down the governor or something like that. And this is sort of an early treatment, but I guess I mean, something you once told me was that it wasn't really until you introduced ghosts, right, into the plot, that people really started picking up on the idea.
Well, it was, it had a lot to do with me reading On Stranger Tides.
Mm-hmm.
And that book, obviously about pirates, but there's a lot of kind of voodoo magic in it. And the main nemesis is I think I'm not sure if he's a ghost or he's a zombie or something. And it was kind of that whole, it was reading that book that really, which happened after the document that we're looking at right now, is we're really kind of, that's the thing that solidified so much in my mind, is that people like LeChuck should kind of be a little bit more like the lead character or one of the characters in On Stranger Tides. And Guybrush, one of the characters in On Stranger Tides, he is very much the kind of fish out of water character. And that works really well in adventure games. And the first line that Guybrush says when he shows up, is, "My name is Guybrush Threepwood, and I want to be a pirate." And to me, that was like syncing Guybrush's ambitions with the players, and Guybrush's knowledge with the players.
Mm-hmm.
Is players don't know how to be pirates, and if you dump them into a game and you expect them to understand how to be pirates, it can be really confusing. But if Guybrush didn't know how to be a pirate and the player didn't know how to be a pirate, those two things kind of sync up well. And that was one of the things that I really pulled from On Stranger Tides.
Yeah, I don't remember the lead character's name. I read it once myself, but there's I don't remember either. I think it was like a zombie or a ghost, but it's Blackbeard, and if you read that book, that guy is straight up LeChuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got a few other things actually from your notebooks that you were able to share with us, which I appreciate. This is actually maybe the first page of your notebook when you were working on Monkey Island, was this sketch. And I like a lot of things about this, primarily that there are some things that even this early on were solidified, like Stan's used ships, right? Like, is that a name that came from anywhere in particular that you remember?
I don't know. I don't remember
Yeah.
specifically. I mean, I remember where Stan came from, right? The whole idea of Stan came from the fact that I had just bought a car. And I had just gone through that ridiculous process of trying to buy a car and all of the stupid stuff that the car salesman tries to put you through. And it's a lot of Stan was really pulled from kind of my experiences trying to buy a car.
So okay, so this used ship port that you sort of had was even early on was based on, like, you already had in mind that you wanted to reflect your car purchasing experience in this game, even this early.
Yeah, well, life is a great source of humor and tears, right?
Yeah. You can kind of see that Hook Island is there really early on. We don't know what Geek Point is over here. I don't know if you happen to remember that. Certainly not.
I do not remember Geek Point at all. But now I want to add a Geek Point to my next game.
So this one was really interesting to me. Hopefully you guys can see this in the stream. So this is a map basically of the larger game, right? Like we were sort of looking at Melee Island, but this is a zoomed out view where you can see Melee Island is just sort of this tiny thing. And above it, you can see a square and you got text pointing at it that just says one screen. So it seems like maybe early on your concept when you were sketching this out was a larger, maybe more exploration based game on the open seas, right?
Yeah, it was very much driven by playing a lot of Sid Meier's Pirates, and one of my first ideas was more of an RPG, in that vein, or like Ultima, where you really were sailing around this very large map, and you can see that a little bit in the existing game with like Monkey Island, that you've got that map and the character walks around the map. And that all kind of came from this, wanting to build an RPG type game. And I mean, over time, all that stuff got dropped, and it became a much more traditional adventure game. But that was kind of some of the reasons for that.
And this is actually this is pretty close in your notebook to what we just saw. This sort of shows the sort of RPG loop that you were thinking about at one point. We should specify, by the way, this is all like very pre-production, right? This is just you jotting ideas in a notebook. This isn't stuff.
This was like, well, this stuff is like pre-production.
Yeah,
right? This is just weird ideas that get put in a notebook.
Right. So what you were kind of thinking about initially, you can see the sort of triangle core loop here, so you put together the crew, which is the first dot you see. You set sail to Monkey Island, and then at this point, it sort of becomes grinding for resources, right? So you're raiding ships.
Because we know how much fun that is.
Yeah. I love to grind in my adventure games and get resources. So, sort of, it's a similar structure, right? You put together the crew, you set sail to Monkey Island. And, now that I'm actually saying this out loud, it is kind of funny to note how quick Act 2 actually is in the final game once you script all this stuff out. Because Act 2 in the game is you're on the boat and you put together the recipe, and then it's just suddenly Act 3 to get to the island. But back then it was sort of a longer core loop of grinding.
Right.
You reach Monkey Island, and then you do your stuff there, and you fight the bad guy, and you win the game. But yeah, I mean, the grinding, of course, is sort of based on Sid Meier's Pirates as well, right?
Right. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's an aspect to that in any kind of an RPG.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's the negative grinding or there's a lot of exploration as you're kind of uncovering a very large environment in an RPG.
Yeah.
Which is a lot harder to do in an adventure game. Every single room is kind of handcrafted. You really can't do that.
So did you feel that you could do all of this in Scum? Was it extendable enough that you could do these sort of RPG mechanics?
Yeah. I mean, Scum was very extendable. When I left Lucasfilm and started Humongous Entertainment, mean, obviously the adventure games were done in Scum, but the whole sports series of Backyard Sports, I mean, those were all done in Scum.
Oh, I didn't know
So
that.
we were doing, action sports games and all done in Scum. So it was quite flexible.
So here, we're just sort of seeing your ideas evolve here. I really like, I think you just had a funny line that you wanted to remember over on the right. I don't know if you can see that, sales and marketing. I thought that was pretty cute.
Oh.
But we can sort of see the idea evolving a little bit as you go. You're actually, I didn't show it, but at one point, what you were thinking of was that there might be like 5 or 6 type of crew members that you could recruit, and you just ended up with 3. Sort of, now that I'm saying it, kind of Maniac Mansion like, right, where you pick your crew of 3 out of the possibilities.
Bernard was going to be one of them.
Yes, of course, Bernard the pirate, afraid of the ghost tentacles. But you're evolving here, and you're kind of down to 3. Some early ideas here, one of them wants money, one of them wants to prove that you're better than he is, which I guess Meat Hook kind of does. And then maybe you're tricking someone is another one. There's a name that comes up several times in your notebooks that you can actually see here, which is the name Hanimal, which if you want to steal from yourself, I still think that's a pretty funny name. This is kind of an interesting one for those who have played the game, which is I kind of mentioned just previously that you were thinking of different paths toward recruiting, but at one point you were also sort of in the core narrative thinking of maybe multiple paths toward the ending. So what you can kind of see here is that at one point you were thinking maybe you free the crew from captivity, like they get captured when you get there, and then it sort of plays out similarly to the final game where you get the eyeball necklace, you get on the ship, you find the route, and you kill the pirate. But you sort of have this alternate path without your crew, where you destroy the rock cliff. I think you guys can probably read this. You sail into hell, and you end up actually fighting the ghost ship and sort of going that more aggressive route.
Well, I mean, the charts that you're looking at are not flow charts; they're puzzle dependency charts.
Okay.
So it's not 3 routes, 3 paths, into something. It's really saying to get into this thing, you must do all 3 of these things. And they're not linearly dependent on each other, so they become separate branches.
Yeah, and you talk about puzzle dependency charts a lot, and I don't know, I think they're actually it's actually an interesting enough topic that I do want to kind of step away from this and talk about those, because part of the magic of Monkey Island to me is that at any given point the player has 2 or 3 things they could be working on, right? They're not kind of stuck. They don't get to a room and there's a locked door and that's all you can do is figure out how to unlock the door, right? You can be like, right, well, I can't figure out how to unlock this door. I'm going to go work on that other thing for a while. And for me, it's almost like that puzzle moves to the back of my head, and like I'm using cycles I don't even know about to work on it while I'm working on this other puzzle.
Yeah, I think that's a core element of a really good adventure game, is that there are several things you can be doing at once, and if you get stuck on one of them, you can go and you can do another one. And I really liked the puzzle dependency charts because I could look at this chart and it was really obvious to me if the game was too linear, because you would have this puzzle dependency chart. It was just one big straight line with all these nodes in between it. And, to me, a really good puzzle dependency chart, there's just a lot of little threads kind of linking into the different nodes. And that really tells you, oh, well, I can be doing any of these 3 things to kind of achieve this one goal. Yeah.
And it's something that, I mean, I'm not an adventure game designer myself, but it's something that I kind of see a lot of games maybe get the wrong inspiration from these classics, is that I don't think a lot of designers maybe understand that sort of balancing act. So it's something that to me I think makes Monkey Island still hold up to this day. Is that sort of balancing act. This was a fun piece. I brought this up. So this is just something you were kind of thinking about at one point. Like there's a room with 4 doors that you kind of have to go through, 3 solutions, and your crew members sort of interact with these doors. But the reason that I clipped this just as a fan that I thought was fun was that you can kind of see on the upper right that Meat Hook gets caught by a parrot, which is a nice throwback to the first act, right?
Parrots.
Yeah, because it's almost like you set up that fear of parrots, and it never really pays off in the game. But, but like at one point, you were considering that. Yeah. So I mean, that's all I really wanted to show for the sort of pre-production part of it. But you were working on these ideas, right? And you were passing them around. Had you started? I know that Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade sort of interrupted Monkey Island. Was it in production, or was it just sort of still an idea when Indy came in?
Yeah, it was just an idea.
Okay.
I mean, I was writing the documents, and I was spending a lot of time just kind of going through story ideas and coming up with stories. And I don't have a very completely clear recollection, but I'm pretty sure that on Stranger Tides, I read that while Indiana Jones was being made.
Oh,
so,
okay.
So there was a lot of getting putting my ideas around, and to be honest, and don't tell anybody this, but to be honest, I was kind of relieved that Indiana Jones came up, because I really did feel like I was kind of floundering a little bit with Monkey Island, and having everything kind of solidify with reading on Stranger Tides, really helped a lot. But yeah, I mean, Indiana Jones was, probably 9 months or a year break from Monkey Island, where, Noah and David and I went off and built that game.
Well, and I guess in addition to the ideas, it probably gave you an excuse to rework Scum a little bit and add some features as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a good excuse, to go do that kind of stuff. And, other things came from Indiana Jones, like the dialogue puzzle. If you go back and you play the original Maniac Mansion, there are no dialogues. The characters just say what they're going to say, but there's no opportunity for you as a player to kind of pick what's being said. And that was something that we really, David and Noah and I did a lot of in Indiana Jones, was those dialogues. And, if not for that, I don't know that those dialogues necessarily would have happened.
Right. And I guess in a sense, it also introduced combat, which evolved in a much different way in Monkey Island, but it did sort of introduce that notion, right? Of,
yeah.
So the game, enters production. I mean, how does that start in those days, right? Do you have to get approval, or do you just decide I'm going to start working on this game and I need to hire people for it? Like, how does that work?
You dropped out for a second.
Oh, did I? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So the question was, how does production get started on Monkey Island? I mean, is it something where you had to get approval to start, or were you just like, hey, this is my next game, I need to hire up for it? Like, how does that start?
For the original game?
For Monkey Island, yeah.
Yeah. I think, that's, like I said, it's just a lot of one-pagers, going around. And, I remember having a lot of conversations with, with Steve, my boss, about the game and starting it. And, clearly, he's approving all this stuff. So it's not like I just went out and started working and hiring people. There was, that kind of approval process that really, happened.
Got it.
But like I mentioned earlier, it's not really a formal green lighting that goes on. And there was a point, I think David Fox had done the Last Crusade game, but I think he had moved into a role of more like the production director, or and so I remember working with him to hire people. for the
Mm-hmm.
game, which is where, people like Dave Grossman and Tim Schafer and Tammy and stuff came from. Was hiring those people through that process. So it's not like there was this kind of light bulb type moment where it's like, okay, we're in production, let's start. That's very much the case today, right? Like
Yes.
there is this moment where it's like, okay, we're starting this game, and I don't. There probably was back then, but I don't really remember it as this kind of big, pop the champagne cork moment.
Right.
That yes, we're going to make this game. I think it just kind of slowly dribbled into something.
So you just kind of worked on stuff, and once in a while they would become games.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you hired essentially for this game, I believe, your new what you called scumlets, right? Like how did you teach Scum to the newcomers?
Well, we had a thing we called Scum
Mm-hmm.
University, and it was very much like a classroom. We had 4 computers because we'd hired them kind of 4 at a time. I think the first batch was Dave Grossman and Tim and Tammy and Jenny, like the first 4 that we hired. And so they basically sat in this room with their 4 computers and desks, and then I would come in and I guess lecture them,
Mm-hmm.
at least once in the morning, and I had little tasks. Like, part of what they did was they needed to build little miniature adventure games
Mm-hmm.
and, little one-room adventure games. And so I would just kind of take them through the process of how you go about doing that.
So what I thought was pretty cool about so you had project files specifically for ScumU, and based on documentation that survived, the sort of toy box that they had must have been drawn by Steve Purcell, because it was Sam and Max in their office, right? That they
Right. Yeah.
like 5 years before there was a Sam and Max game, it was sort of a prototyping project. Something that we actually found somehow surviving within the Monkey Island repo, just never got deleted, is we don't have the ScumU project. We can't find it, unfortunately, but we do have some frames of Sam and Max running an EGA, which is kind of fun to see. So it kind of looks like, I mean, you've got them walking, obviously, but it looks like Steve might have done an animation of Sam throwing Max across the room or something, which is really
Right.
cute.
Uh-huh.
So the game's in production. We have actually, I want to show some of this off. We have a lot of old art that survived that wasn't necessarily part of the game's production, but was maybe just people sort of sketching piratey ideas and things like that. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, your art department was maybe a little bit separate, right, from physically from you guys, and maybe they were, just sort of practicing while the design came together, maybe?
Well, I mean, we're all in the same building,
Okay.
so it's not that they were completely separate from us. But I think especially with somebody like Steve Purcell, right? I mean, he just draws,
Yeah.
right? It's like diarrhea with him, right? in a good way, not the bad.
It's the good diarrhea.
The good diarrhea.
Steve Purcell has the good diarrhea.
But I mean, he just draws, right? And a lot of the stuff he draws is just, it's hilarious, right? And there's so much of Monkey Island is, the humor and the funny stuff is just because Steve would just draw stuff.
Yeah.
He would draw weird things in the backgrounds, and it was kind of a challenge to then, create little objects for them and create funny things that get said when you click on them or look at them. And Steve was just a wonderful talent with that stuff, and he just drew so much.
All right, so let's look at some of this sort of just art that was surviving. I mean, sometimes literally in like folders called trash. This is probably an attempt at Governor Fat from your initial ideas. Like, this was never a character in a produced game or anything, but this is someone maybe drawing based on your initial pitches as opposed to something in production, right?
Right.
This is kind of fun to see. There's a lot a lot of personality in his walk and stuff like that. Like I like when he's facing front, you kind of have the wiggle, you kind of have his butt shaking a little bit. Pretty hard to do in this resolution and with that color palette. This one, I could be wrong, but this one strikes me as a Steve Purcell screwing around piece of art. It's a vulture with a bib.
Yeah, I have no recollection. I don't know where this one came from.
But this is like, you know, this kind of speaks to what you're talking about, right? About how someone like Steve might just draw something goofy and throw it in the game, right? And there might be this collaborative process to like actually make it work. In this case, he didn't do anything with the vulture, but it's something that sort of survives in the repository that we have here. This I thought was cool. Was an older design for Guybrush. He's a little younger, about 3 pixels shorter. You know, he hadn't quite grown into his full size yet. So there's something I really like about this one, which is that, well, first of all, you see this red sash he has, right? There's no red in the final Guybrush. Although I guess the highlights are for his skin. Yeah, you have 2 colors of vaguely skin-like, and one of them has to be this red in the EGA palette. But he's got this red sash, and what people might not realize that we were able to figure out is that it sort of survived into the final game. You just never noticed because one of the costumes in the game is Guybrush when he's on an overhead map is a separate costume. It's just a 4 pixel tall costume. And pixel number 3 is red. So it's so Guybrush does wear the red sash in the final game, but only on the map screens.
Yeah, that's a continuity.
Exactly.
Somebody's going to get fired for that.
I don't think anyone noticed that pixel except literally me, so don't worry about it. This one, actually, you do have a recollection of, right?
Yeah, the drunk pirate.
Yeah, so this was someone maybe you would encounter during your insult sword fighting?
Yeah. I mean, I don't like fully kind of remember this, but I have these like vague kind of memories of cutting him just because when you're doing the insert sword fighting, you can't have a drunk person giving you kind of red herring insults.
Yeah.
Right. Because you really do need to be able to kind of puzzle your way through everything, that's going on with the insult sword fighting.
Yeah. So like you would have to draw. Yeah. I mean, not draw. You'd have to write drunk versions of every
That's
insult.
all different game. Drunk insult sword fighting. Whole different game.
So here's a piece of animation that, again, well, this could have just been someone experimenting, right? This is the bridge where you meet the troll. But what's actually interesting is that in your notebook, I didn't put it in the presentation, unfortunately, but I just found a part that was like booby trap on bridge ? So, that might be
someone went off and drew it.
Right, exactly. Like they could have just been working on early ideas that you had and like, I don't know, we'll play with this. Or maybe the actual secret of Monkey Island is at the bottom of the bridge and you cut that out, potentially. That's a joke, everyone.
We blew it
up. What else do we have here? Oh, this is kind of a cool close-up sketch of Captain Smirk. He is in the final game. That is not his portrait, but this is something that survived in a folder that's obviously just, some old art. So it's kind of cool to see art of this vintage for the characters. We do have another one, actually. This, we actually, based on the file names, this seems to have been an older design for Elaine, or at least the governor, right? The costume name is actually Governor. And we found this close-up sketch that matched the character. So kind of a cool, early design for Elaine. Actually, Ron, where did Elaine come from? Because you did switch characters at some point.
I don't really remember exactly where she came from. I do remember, being Governor Fat, during those kind of very initial stages, although I don't think he made it, kind of very far into that. I think, my my girlfriend at the time, I remember having a conversation with her, and I remember her saying, the governor should be a woman,
Mm-hmm.
right? That was just kind of what she said, and that I think kind of led, as Governor Fat went away, to to Elaine, not Governor Fat not being just replaced by another male governor, but being replaced with Elaine, kind of came from that from that comment.
Yeah, and it's such a good change too, because it not only gives you, a love interest to play with in the game, but it also just, to me, makes the whole situation a lot more memorable.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's, well, first of all, you wouldn't expect, a woman in power even in a game like this at the time very often. But more than that, and all right, spoiler warning, if you haven't played The Secret of Monkey Island and you're watching this for some reason, at the end of the game, it turns out that, and this is one of my favorite parts of The Secret of Monkey Island. At the end of the game, when you go to rescue her, it turns out that not only did she not need rescuing, like, because she had it figured out, you actually kind of screwed it up for her by intervening.
That's Guybrush, right? I mean, that's just inherent in Guybrush's character. Is he's very well-meaning,
Mm-hmm.
but he kind of messes everything up, and it all kind of turns out for the good, but not because he was a mastermind.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I always see him as he's basically a player avatar. He's kind of a blank slate, and that's kind of why he worked for me, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back to like the text adventures, like the Infocom text adventures, I mean, they very much created those main characters as a blank slate because they really wanted them to be you.
Yeah.
That when you were playing the game, that was you going through that cave, and that becomes a lot more difficult when you're doing a graphic adventure because you have to represent the player, on the screen, and so it's harder to kind of connect, connect you with the player, which is why I really like kind of naive adventure game characters.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of more relatable to players.
Yeah, and I mean, when I think of naive characters, like, I mean, Guybrush, much better character than this, but I think of like Leisure Suit Larry, right? It's just very naive and simple, and like he has the one goal, right? It's not I want to be a pirate. It's it's that pursuit, but it works.
Right? Yeah, you can't say that on stream.
We set this so it is an 18+, so we're not going to talk too much about Leisure Suit Larry. I did have one final piece of goofy art that survived, which is this sort of French dancer flapper with a peg leg that I was delighted by.
That's got Steve Purcell written all over.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. And this is obviously something not in the game. Like, her proportions are all wrong. She's really huge. I think that's just Steve animating a fun pirate thing, but kind of a cool thing to see. So yeah, I mean, let's talk a little bit before we show things that were actually cut from the game, about how production went. So, I mean, the game, was maybe like 9 months or a year in production? Does that seem about right?
Yeah, it was about 9 months. It was actually quite fast.
Yeah.
I look back at building a game in 9 months, and I just don't understand how that was ever possible. And I think a lot of that has to do with what I was talking about earlier about just being, young and naive.
Right.
You dive into things without really understanding kind of the ramifications of what you're about to take on. It's like I do a game these days, and the whole thing is like budgeted and scheduled, and just every little piece of information about the game is figured out. And I kind of wonder whether I had done that with things like Maniac Mansion and Monkey Island, that they just never would have happened.
Right, or they would have lost some of the spirit. Right, they would have lost some of that freewheeling dialogue and situations and stuff. So what I found interesting about this game in particular, and maybe the other games have done this way as well, I'm not sure, but the way that it was done, and correct me if I'm wrong, So it's basically you, Dave Grossman, Tim Schafer were sort of the three main programmers during production, right? And
during Monkey One, yeah.
during Monkey One, and you basically just had your own room assignments, right? Rooms as in environments in the game. So like, for example, like I think you once told me that your all the ghost ship rooms were yours, right?
Right.
I think Stan's used shipyard was, I think, Tim Schafer's. And
Right.
it's a really interesting way of doing things, because it's like you would think there's these personality clashes from room to room. And maybe there is, if you really understand, if you know the three of you, maybe you could start spotting, individual personalities, but it all fits somehow. Like, how did you do that?
Well, I mean, I can certainly tell that stuff, right? I can
Okay.
look at a dialogue and I know whether, Dave or Tim wrote it
Mm-hmm.
just by looking at it. And, there was a point where when I was kind of assigning characters to be done, there were certain characters that I would absolutely assign to Dave, and there are other characters that I would assign to Tim, just on how I kind of wanted the dialogue for the characters to go. But I think it all meshes together because, while the humor might be subtly different, it's still very funny no matter who wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, unless you're going to go through and really kind of try to deconstruct everything about it, it's just funny, and that's kind of all you really remember.
Right. Did that cause any production problems that you can remember, that way of doing it, where you might merge your two rooms together and suddenly things break and you have to redo things?
I don't remember anything specifically related to the fact that they were done by different people. We didn't have version control back then,
Mm-hmm.
so when we would merge the code, which would typically would happen every night or every couple of nights, we would literally bring floppy disks over, and it was a different person who one day it would be Dave doing the merge, another day Tammy doing the merge, and then Tim doing the merge, and we'd literally just bring floppy disks over their desk, and then that person would have to go through and look at the archive bits that were set on the file to figure out whether it had been modified, and hand merge everything together. So there was definitely an incentive to try to keep people out of other people's code. Things like Get just seamlessly merge that stuff together these days. So,
Mm-hmm.
When I build a game now, I don't really care if 2 or 3 people are working on the room, because Get is just going to merge everything perfectly. But that wasn't the case back then. So there was an advantage to keeping people's code separate in the rooms. But I don't think there were any issues with creatively merging the rooms. That one person wrote the funny lookout lines and someone else had written the characters, and I think I don't ever remember that an issue, and I can't imagine that it would have been an issue.
So maybe the inverse of that question then: how did collaboration work on this game? I mean, did you sort of have daily scrums, or did you did you all get together for meetings to figure things out?
Well, I don't know that Scrum was a word back then.
No, I wouldn't think so. No.
Scum was,
Yeah.
but I don't know if Scrum was necessarily. No, a lot of it is I would have this very general idea of where I wanted things to go, and then Dave and Tim and I would meet quite a bit, especially during the early stages of the game, and we would just kind of hash everything out. And so it was just we would kind of maybe look at a single problem, right? It's like, oh well, how do we get inside the monkey head? It's
Mm-hmm.
like it says here on the puzzle chart, gain entrance in the monkey head. How do we actually go do that? And then it was just a lot of kind of brainstorming and going through those things, and throwing out weird ideas, and everybody in the team did that. I mean, Purcell was doing that, and Mark was doing that, and you were just kind of coming up with weird ideas to solve problems. And Monkey Island, it was a very collaborative game.
Mm-hmm.
It was just anybody who has an idea, if it's a good idea and it's a funny idea, then it's going to go in the game, no matter who thought of it. So, I think that was one of the things that really made Monkey Island so special, was just how collaborative it was. I didn't, spend my time in my closed office and come out of the office with a stack of design documents and then tell people to go implement it. Right.
Right.
It was very much a kind of iterative process. And, it's like, I kind of, I always had the final say, as the person who was, leading the project and creating the game. But, I mean, and there are some times where you go, oh, yeah, that's really funny, but that doesn't really quite fit. So there are definitely calls like that I remember making, but I think those were very rare. I think most of the time people were very much in sync with what they were doing, what the game wanted. That if it was a good idea, and especially with this game, if it was funny, it just went in the game.
So as that sort of project leader, I mean, did you have to put your foot down often, or was the collaboration pretty seamless?
I think you'd have to ask other people that question.
Yeah.
For me, I don't felt like I put my foot down very often with things, but maybe if you talk to Dave, you get a very different story from him.
That guy was a jerk.
Tyrant. Yeah. He was a tyrant to work for. He was always scrapping my best ideas, and I think you'd probably have to ask the other team members whether that was true or not.
I have a pretty goofy promotional video that we recently captured that I thought it might be fun to take a quick break and look at now that we're sort of close in our chronology to the game being released. So I'm going to go ahead and cut to that now. You guys enjoy this.
The Secret of Monkey Island, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the graphic adventure, Loom, Night Shift, and Secret Weapons of the Luftwaffe. From top-notch flight simulators to intriguing graphic adventures and fast-paced arcade games, Lucasfilm is proud to present our latest games for your personal computer. The Secret of Monkey Island by Ron Gilbert. Can you unravel the secret of Monkey Island? Complete the 3 trials on Melee Island and earn the right or wrong to be a pirate. To join this fraternity, you'll master the arts of swordplay, treasure hunting, and thievery. Trade barbs with the most sarcastic seaman ever to hoist the Jolly Roger. Make your best deal at Stan's used ship shop. Recruit your crew and try not to lose your head. From Melee Island, it's on to the great mystery of Monkey Island and the ghost captain, Pirate LeChuck. Join the circus for a chance to make a little money. Monkey Island features our award-winning point-and-click no-typing interface. It's a graphic adventure that lets you focus on the story and not the keyboard. The Secret of Monkey Island brings new excitement to graphic adventures. From the Fettuccine Brothers to the Voodoo Priestess, you'll meet and interact with an hysterically funny cast of characters. And a 256-color special VGA edition is on its way. IBM's 16-color version available now. Something is up on Monkey Island. Are you up to finding it?
Okay.
That was The Secret of Monkey Island, coming soon.
Now you don't need to play it.
That did actually blow some of the things. You get to see the ghost ship in hell and stuff. Yeah, so actually, in addition to that early material, we actually do have some things that maybe were in production but sort of cut from the game, which is pretty interesting. So this is not showing for some reason. Oh, there we go. So this is kind of a small detail, but it's cool. It's much like the candles I was showing in the bar. There were animation frames for the Lookout's fireplace on top of the screen, which I thought was pretty cool. So Ron, I mean, like, art was probably among the first things to get cut, right? For disk space reasons. Was that maybe one of the more taxing things on disk space?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Dialogue was cheap.
Right.
It's just this, 1 byte per letter. But when you're dealing with art, and we had a fairly hard limit with the number of floppies, because that was something that Lucasfilm had kind of figured out. Well, this is what we're willing to spend for the cost of goods for this product. That we can sell it for this amount, and the box and the floppies cannot cost more than this amount. So we were under very hard restrictions in terms of the number of floppies, and so one of the easiest things to cut are rooms because they're quite large.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was just this constant, looking at how long the game was, and in the early stages of production, you really don't know because all the rooms aren't in yet, and some of them are just flat colors, and you get towards the end of the project and you're starting to build those final discs, and you're realizing, oh well, this is too big. So a lot of stuff, I think a lot more stuff got cut later because we didn't really understand how full the discs were until we actually had all the final rooms done.
Yeah, I would imagine that'd be a really hard thing to sort of track as you're going as well.
Yeah, and it's just, it's not an issue today. Right. I don't ever cut anything from the game because it's too big.
Yeah,
that's just not the reasons for cutting things.
Yeah, you don't put in like a half-hour FMV cutscene or something in your games.
Right. And even if you did.
Yeah, even if you did, the Ace 264 compression is open source. It's really good. So here's a room that's not in the final game. I think I showed you this already. Do you recall what this is?
Yeah, that's from the governor's mansion.
Right, and this was, I believe, Dave Grossman was doing this puzzle, right? So this was part of the puzzle to get the idol, because as we know, having played the game, there's 3 trials you have to pass to become a pirate. You have to master sword fighting and treasure hunting and, of course, thievery. So you have to steal the idol from the governor's mansion. And this was actually, the file name is the idol room. And this obviously isn't what was going to be shipped, but a lot of times you would sort of have artists stub in drafts of rooms like this, right?
Yeah, not so much as we do today. I mean, occasionally stuff would get done, Steve or Mark would draw a room and they kind of do it in these quick, gray outlines. But that was really more, for kind of an approval, right? Looking at it and going, well, this is the room. Is this set up right? Are the angles right? Are the important things in the right place? But it was very rare that this would ever go into the game.
Right.
It's something we do a lot of today. Thimbleweed Park was completely done as wireframe. And so, art, I think, is just so much more expensive now that you don't want to finish something that's going to get cut. Where I remember a lot of stuff, being near final by the time it went into the game.
Yeah, and this actually does make me think of Thimbleweed. I'm glad you brought that up because, I don't want to spoil Thimbleweed, but there is a part of that game where you can kind of see that design process, which I think is pretty cool. It's kind of an extra feature in it. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, okay. I've got one that's a little bit innocuous, but was a request on Twitter that I'm going to fulfill. So the circus room where the Fettuccine brothers are, you can see in this animated GIF the pink part on the left. That is the final resource file that's in the game. Someone on Twitter was asking, was hoping actually that the stream would reveal what was initially behind that pink part of the thing. So here you are, the lost bleacher from the circus in The Secret of Monkey Island, which of course you would never see. But actually, it is an interesting look into the development process to show you how that survived, because it survived on what's called a Z-plane file. Can you explain that for us, Ron?
Yeah, for the clipping, that, as Guybrush would walk behind something, we didn't really have the CPU resources to just kind of draw the thing. So when he's walking behind the cannon, we couldn't just keep drawing the cannon every frame after we drew Guybrush. Like in Thimbleweed Park, we have so much free CPU that we just redraw that screen every single frame, and all the objects are just layered in appropriately as the characters move through it. With Monkey Island, we didn't have the ability to do that. So things really needed to be clipped almost pixel by pixel as they were drawn. So as a Guybrush was drawn, every pixel would then go check this clipping mask to decide whether that particular pixel should be drawn or not.
Right. So,
and, I think Eric Wilmunder did all of this, programming for this part, and I mean he was a genius at this stuff.
Yeah, and Eric, I do want to do a little bit of a shout out. Eric did help us in our research and actually helped me debug some scum problems I was having. So Eric, I don't know if you're watching this, but thank you so much for your help on with this stream. Here's another piece of expensive art, and I assume that's why this would be cut. So this is the ending with Guybrush and Elaine talking as the fireworks are going off, and there were these two giant frames of head turning animation. And I mean, maybe you don't remember this in particular, but this does seem like a pretty obvious thing to cut as you're getting, as you're sort of grinding against disk space, right?
Yeah, I mean, this stuff is just ripe for being cut.
Yeah.
Because it's just a lot of frames. I mean, obviously not full frame, but, just the section of Guybrush's head storing that.
Yeah.
It's like one of the first things you cut, unfortunately.
Yeah, and if you were to open up the resource file like we did earlier with the room, I mean, this is a room like anything else is, and you would see these two giant frames. But a good friend of the foundation, Marius, actually put this back in the game in a spot that we suspect that it probably was, because there's a part of the ending where Guybrush's his eyeballs, just his eyeballs, sort of turn to meet Elaine. So we kind of swapped that in where that went in the ending, and it's pretty funny. I'm just gonna go ahead and play that.
Yeah, he just has the eye movement.
Right, yeah, but it's I don't actually know which one's funnier, but it's funny. Like I've been playing this game, not all the time, but I've been playing it occasionally for the last 25 years, and I don't think I ever.
Every morning you start.
Every morning. You're right. You caught me.
I mean, I do think that the eye look is funnier.
You do?
Because,
okay.
Yeah, because it's more subtle.
Yeah.
It's just this quick little look to the right as opposed to the frame. So I think the eye look is funnier.
So again, a good cut in your mind. This one's pretty interesting, which is that at one point the scum bar and the kitchen were actually the same room. And actually, this art is unique because the perspective is shifted from what's in the final game. And we're pretty sure, based on sort of looking at the code and what's commented out, that we know why this change was made, which is that, if you'll recall in the game, you have to get past the cook getting into the kitchen, to get into the kitchen to solve these puzzles. And I think based on the code that there were maybe some issues with how the cook would have to come back in and catch you if you were in there and kick you back out.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly why this change was made, but that seems very plausible. I mean, a lot of times having an actual hard room transition is very useful in simplifying the scripting, because you've got the transition, you can kind of cut off things that were done, things that other people are doing at the time. So it wouldn't surprise me if that was the main impetus for doing that.
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't remember this one specifically why we did this.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? It's an instant bug fix if you're able to like throw actors into the void and they don't even exist anymore, right?
Yeah.
This is a simple thing. It just made me laugh. Which is that there's a rock object that you can see is commented out. This object doesn't exist in it, but it would have been in the forest in the game, the sort of semi-randomly generated forest. I just like this look dialogue. Boy, I could just stare at this rock all day. Thought that was a good line. So actually, we do have an entire room that was cut that I was able to build back in. That I'm gonna show. I'm gonna show that right now. So it's not this. This is the beach. This is your typical overhead map of Monkey Island. So in the final game, you warp directly to the cannibal village if you click here. But at one point in development, there was this room that sort of led up to the village, and you actually had some thoughts we were talking about earlier as to why this might have been cut, right, Ron?
Yeah, I think cutting this is good for a couple of reasons. One is that the flow of the game is much faster. This is a pointless room, right? Nothing really happens in this room. And so the flow of the game is a lot quicker to get to the village. And the other reason is because, as the personality of the cannibals really developed, they're not really bloodthirsty cannibals that are going to hang limbs from trees. Mm-hmm. And so you see a lot of that in the art, in the art for this cut thing. So I think it's just, it helps with pace, and I think it's also counter to the personality that the cannibals ended up being. Plus,
that room would take up a really hefty chunk of a disc. Yeah, because it's not just the room. It's like I think there's 8 frames of that leg dripping animation. So like
right, and the smoke and everything.
Yeah, so that was a big boy. It actually, I should have pulled it up, but I didn't. But we do have some forensic evidence that people thought fondly of this room because in the scum script for the overhead map, there's commented out code for entering the room, and it says something like "in memory of the unforgettable dripping leg" or something like that. So people were fond of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think comments are a great place to express, either frustration with the project or political views or whatever. I read lots of comments, from stuff I wrote, and you just read comments like, "Oh, okay, well, I was having a really bad day.
Couldn't get this stupid thing to work.
I'm done making games."
And it's something that, as an historian, that is really valuable looking at this stuff, is that you do see a lot of things in the comments that, I mean, sometimes it's reflecting personality, which is really cool, but often it's also just like, you'll see pieces of code that were commented out that have comments next to them that kind of explain why they couldn't work, and that gives you a little bit of insight into the development process, which is why at the foundation we're putting such an emphasis on looking at source like this, because like you said, that stuff's really cool. Even looking at your own comments is kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, I find I find nowadays comments like commented.code don't remain.
Yeah.
That stuff is purged very, very quickly from the files. I don't know. I don't know why, we would have left this stuff in, or whether that's just a, more of a personality thing with me, just trying to keep everything really clean. So I tend to, I mean, I know it makes people like yours jobs a lot harder when I'm purging everything that didn't make it into the game from the files. But
well, yeah, I mean, it makes it harder, but it also makes it so that we have something to talk about at all. Like it's not.
My dog wants to go.
Who's that?
Hello, dog. It's Pep.
And Pep, that name sounds very familiar.
It was Pet's dog.
Putt Putt, of course, being an adventure game series that you went to work on after LucasArts, which I do want to get to. But really quick, I do want to talk about Monkey Island 2. We're actually running a little bit over time, but I'm good for at least about a half hour. Are you okay with that as well?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, because I do want to get to audience questions. Let's talk about 2 at least a little bit briefly. So Monkey Island 2, you just went right after 1, right? I mean, 1 came out. Did you even have a sense for how it was selling or anything?
No, we really didn't. That's something that was very different about those days versus today. Is it took months to kind of know how a game was doing, and now 24 hours later, you just look at Steam sales and you know how your game is doing, or the stores are reporting stuff a lot quicker, and so really we had no idea how Monkey Island was doing. When Monkey Island 1 was done. And I think it was a game everybody was really happy with and excited about. But it's not like I could point to these, raging sales numbers and go, I should do Monkey Island 2.
Yeah.
Look at how well Monkey Island's done. So I think there was a lot of kind of leap of faith that has to happen.
So were you, I mean, you jumped right into it. Did you just feel like you weren't done, or were you just particularly excited by this world that you'd made?
I don't remember exactly what that thought process was. I had certainly kind of imagined the Monkey Island games as a trilogy of games, and I had a kind of, and I wasn't thinking this at the beginning of Monkey Island 1, but by the time Monkey Island 2 was kind of wrapping up, I really thought about, the Ghost Pirate LeChuck and the Zombie Pirate LeChuck and the Demon Pirate LeChuck. Right, those were kind of the 3 phases that LeChuck would go through in the game. So, I had that general sense of stuff, but nothing really specific was kind of laid out for what that trilogy would be. I mean, the third game in my head was always that Guybrush would go to hell, mm-hmm. and the Demon Pirate LeChuck would be down there, and he would be doing a lot of what he would be doing in hell, and that's something that Telltale had done with the Tales of Monkey Island game, completely independent of what I was thinking of. But that was just kind of the rough broad strokes for that.
So speaking of 2 and deleted scenes and expensive artwork, one thing that we were pretty delighted to find that was left over in 2. For those who've played it, you might remember that as you're progressing through the game, as you're finding map pieces, there are cutscenes with Largo Legrand and the zombie pirate LeChuck sort of chewing him out because Guybrush found another map piece. And what we discovered in the files was that there was artwork actually for close-up cutscenes for them, as opposed to in the final game they're just their costumes. So I'm actually going to play one of those right now. Let's check it out. So again, oh, that is the wrong view. Again, right, art is expensive. That's something that could have been chopped out very easily for art reasons, right? And it is something that at least the notion of survived in 2 a little bit, in that there is a close-up scene right at the beginning of Guybrush at the fire with the 2 other pirates. Is that something
Right.
like, do you kind of remember, were you getting a little more ambitious cinematically maybe for a sequel?
Yeah, there was this kind of progression of looking at things, trying to deal with camera angles a little bit more, so everything wasn't, from that kind of dollhouse view of stuff, but trying to play with that, and that's where that fire scene at the beginning of Monkey 2, really comes from, is trying to do that a little bit more.
Yeah, and the other thing. It's really, it's pretty interesting that would be the secret. So thank you for telling me about that. So when you were developing 2, was it a similar process to 1 in terms of how the writer programmers were sort of off in their own rooms, or did you evolve that process at all?
No, it was very similar.
Yeah, and it was
we had another programmer on 2. Tammy Borowick was a third programmer, so there were more programmers. And then, 2 was where the iMuse system kind of came about. And we had a whole programmer who was dedicated to nothing but taking the music and coding all the code that needed to work for the music. So there were pretty much 4 full-time programmers on that project. I mean, not including me, where there were kind of 2 on the original Monkey Island.
And this was another quick one, right? Like this feels like it
Yeah,
came out really fast.
Yeah, this was another 9-month project.
So something that you did introduce in 2 that was new was this notion of painted backgrounds, as opposed to as in physically painted and scanned backgrounds, as opposed to drawn in pixels. I mean, do you remember why that decision was made? Were you just trying to up your game?
Well, I think it was a technological thing, right? I mean, Photoshop 1.0 had just come out, and being able to take a scanner, which again was brand new, and being able to scan things in with the scanner and then use Photoshop to kind of touch them up as they need to be touched up. I think that was very much kind of a technological, I think it was driven by technology more than anything else.
Yeah, you had a fancy new scanner, right?
Yeah, the backgrounds that you're showing, I mean, these are all the EGA backgrounds, right? And then the VGA backgrounds were done after the fact, which looked a lot nicer in a lot of respects. But then being able to do Peter Chan's marker backgrounds for Monkey 2, and it was a real challenge because compression was still an issue, and when you're scanning those backgrounds, you get millions of colors out of that. And we had 240 colors that we could use for the room, because we had 256 colors in total, but we had to reserve a certain number of colors for the actors. So the actors weren't necessarily sharing room colors, because the actors needed to exist, in a lot of different rooms. And so, Guybrush and any other actors that needed to move between rooms needed to have their own little chunk of colors. So we only had 240 colors that we could choose from. And so we had to really kind of reduce the color space down from these, millions of colors, or at least thousands. I mean, it would have been millions back then. And that was when Brad Taylor came on, and he was, one of the programmers on the Scum system, and he was just really good at just writing this kind of code that reduced the number of colors from this wonderful scan to backgrounds into the 240 colors that we could do, so the stuff could kind of be compressed and exist in the room. So there was a lot of technology, and it seems silly today,
Yeah.
but that was pretty high tech back then.
Right. And I mean, I would imagine compression, you're going from compressing like we're seeing right now, dithered pixels, into compressing just, like infinite possibilities practically for the time. So that probably hurt disk space quite a bit, I would think, too.
Yeah. I mean, Eric had written some very special compression for dither stuff.
Yeah.
Because he kind of knew that dithering was going to become quite cyclic, as you're running through compressing things. And so we had special compression for the dither backgrounds, and we had to really rethink all of that when, Peter Chan's artwork showed up.
Yeah, and one thing that reminds me of. So actually, one interesting thing we can show from 2, going back to that new artwork process, is that let's switch views here. Oh, excuse me, Guybrush. Let's get rid of you. So it kind of seems like with this new process where you're drawing and scanning rooms, that possibly you were incorporating pencil sketches as opposed to the full markers, just to sort of prototype how a room would be. Does that sound right? Because we actually have one here.
Yeah, but I think these were probably not put into the game in the regularity that they should have been. You really would have wanted to build the whole game out, and that's certainly the way I do things today. Is I build the whole game out, as line art or pencil sketches or whatever. And some of them did go in, but I think we probably should have put a lot more of them in.
Yeah, and this one, this isn't a room that's in the final game for those of you playing along at home. So this seems to have been sort of a room in LeChuck's fortress, where maybe you put a voodoo spell together. And what's interesting is that, through code, we could sort of see actually where this would have even been in the flow, in that I think you'll see it at the end of this clip, that it would have been at the end of a hallway. But yeah, so, you have talked before about how you would at least wireframe out the rooms maybe without art. I mean, is that something that was true even back in the days of Monkey Island?
Not so much as it is today.
Yeah.
I think we probably went more closer to final art right away for things.
So this is probably something that was actually kind of designed and part of the flow, and maybe you cut the puzzles in the room.
We cut it before Peter or Steve had kind of taken this to the next level.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And Peter did the background, so I don't really
got it.
Whether this was Steve's or Peter's background.
So I'll stop with the.
I'm gonna say it's Peters. I'm pretty sure it's Peters.
Okay, so Peter Chan or Steve Purcell in the art. I'm gonna stop joking. Like I don't know that I'm playing those scenes. Those were the close-up cut scenes that were cut from 2.
Well, you're doing them wrong too. You're cutting those scenes in Maniac Mansion style, not Monkey Island style.
What's the difference?
Well, because in Maniac Mansion, the cutscenes were like literally driven by a timer, right? A timer would start, and when the timer expired, it would cut to the cutscene. And it didn't matter what you were doing. You could be in the middle of solving a puzzle, and it would cut away.
Yeah.
And with Monkey Island, I really refined that. So those cutscenes only happen when you're leaving rooms. When you're walking out of one room, going into another, that then those cutscenes would happen. So they weren't kind of so abrasive to what the player was doing at that moment.
Got it. Yeah, and that actually is true. You're right. I'm guilty of Maniac Mansioning your Monkey Island. I thought it was funny. I'm sorry. We still have some time for some audience Q&A, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab some of those. I think we're probably past time to get those questions in, but from those who have gotten in, we'll go through. Tim Sweeney, I don't know if it's the Tim Sweeney, but a Tim Sweeney asks, as a game developer myself, who often has to teach people our internal tools, I would love to know more about how you taught Scum to others. What worked, what didn't work, who on the team needed to know it, and who didn't?
Well, the programmers needed to know Scum. I mean, nobody else really needed to know it. And that was, and as far as teaching them, like we mentioned earlier, there was, the Scum U project we did. And, the best way to teach them was just have them create their own little adventure games. And that's where we had, a bunch of art that Steve Purcell had done from the Sam Max. And they really just kind of had free reign to do whatever they needed for those rooms. And there's a lot of, building a game where, you start to build something, but you don't quite have everything you need. So you need different art or better art, or you need more frames of animation. And so that was kind of part of the process that they would go through is, going, well, does this work? Do we need something else? Do we need something better? Or how do we make do with what we have?
Mm-hmm.
We only have 5 frames of animation, and there's just no way you can get around that. So you need to figure out that work for you.
I'm going to follow up on that a little bit. So did artists have to sort of inherently know limitations of how Scum scripting worked so that they could animate correctly, or was that just kind of built into the tools that you gave them?
Well, I mean, they knew the technical limitations of how the animation worked. Because I don't think they necessarily needed to know how Scum would animate something or how the programmers would animate something. But, people like Steve Purcell or Mark Ferrari, definitely understood that the object frames, go over to the right and they have to be aligned to these, 8 pixel boundaries. And, so they, you kind of understand those technical limitations whenever you're doing something.
Got it. Ola Polenta asks, when you write dialogue, do you speak it out loud? Do you imagine the type of voice your characters have? I mean, do you do your own voice casting while writing?
Well, I think there's 2 answers to that question. It's like, yeah, sometimes I'm writing, I do speak it out loud just because I want to kind of understand, what the real cadence is for this thing as it was, being spoken. And that's a little more true now that we actually do voiceover. But even back in Monkey Island, when we weren't doing voiceover, I would definitely speak it out loud, but I wouldn't do the voices, right? Because that's not what I'm doing, right? I'm not pretending to be the actor. I'm not, trying to figure out what his voice is. I'm just trying to understand the rhythm, of the line. And so I will often speak the stuff, but not in a funny voice.
So there's been a lot of, you've attracted a lot of fans with your games over the years, and there've been websites dedicated. There's been a lot of fan work that have gone into, especially the Monkey Island series. I think of everything you've done, it's probably attracted more of that than anything else. And a question from Jack Gano is, what's your favorite piece of fan created content you've seen over the years for something that you've done?
Oh, there's so much of it. It's really, I mean, it's really hard for me to. It's hard for me to, pick down. Um,
I mean, there's so
yeah, I
much.
mean, I don't really know. I mean, there's so much of it. It was just recently somebody emailed me some of these kind of gorgeous paintings that they had done, of Guybrush and Monkey Island scenes, and it's not the style that the art would be in the game, but they were really really beautiful and really interesting. I feel bad because he emailed me and I was going to reply to him to tell him that, hey, I really like these, and then his email bounced back.
Oh no!
I think he gave me the wrong email address.
Or they had a burner account because they were too embarrassed to be speaking to you. So question was actually related to your work at Humongous. I'm just going to read it actually verbatim. I grew up with humongous entertainment games like Putt Putt and Freddy Fish, as did most of my friends. We still replay them from time to time and still get stuck on puzzles today. It was years later I found Monkey Island and instantly enjoyed it. Although this makes sense in retrospect, I didn't realize the games and characters were both created by Ron. So the question is, would you consider making point-and-click games for kids again?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun making the Among Us stuff. And the thing that worries me about kind of going back to that and making the games for kids today is that the market for kids has changed so much. And you kind of saw that at the end of Humongous Entertainment, as the world was very rapidly going into this, everything is licensed. That you need that kind of marketing push. So you license Disney, or you license Nickelodeon, or you license whatever, because you need that extra marketing push. And the other thing is, I think kids today have become very used to playing games on mobile devices. And they have, in some cases, like a 10-second attention span. They'll play a game, and then 10 seconds later, they'll quit the app and they'll play another game. And I think doing the humongous games, I think would be a challenge to do again now, because a lot of stuff has changed.
So you actually think that maybe it would be really hard to sit a kid in front of a longer adventure game just because of how we've taught them to play now on mobile devices? Is that kind of another way of saying what you said?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I would like to think that they would be engaged enough in what's going on that it wouldn't be an issue. But I don't know. I haven't done any marketing research or design research into that whole thing. It's just one of those things I noticed from watching kids play games. Is there's so many games on their phone, they can just bounce around between them so quickly. But that said, I know a lot of people are parents that do buy the humongous games, because you can still get most of them on Steam, for their kids to play. And it may be that they're happy to sit there for an hour and play a humongous game.
Question from Rich Nelson. Did you have a specific audience or demographic in mind when making the original Monkey Island?
No. I mean, that whole thing about audiences and demographics, I think is fairly new. I think back then there kind of was only one demographic, and that was somebody who had a computer.
Yeah.
Right. That was so rare back then that it was very difficult to kind of split your demographics. You had people who liked adventure games, but I think going any more subtle than that is probably difficult. And the people who ran marketing, like Doug Glenn and stuff, he may have a very different view of that. But certainly from my perspective, I was just making a game, and I didn't really think about demographics at all.
Yeah, I mean, and it also, I don't know, it kind of feels like you were writing it for each other in a way. Like I can imagine you were making each other laugh was part of the writing process.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the goal. Make the game for yourself, and then you hope that you have tastes that millions of other people also have.
So, question about Monkey Island 2. The questioner asks, to me, Monkey Island 2 had a generally creepier and darker atmosphere than The Secret of Monkey Island. Was that a conscious decision on your part that you wanted to go more in that direction?
I think it was probably an indication of my slow and long slide into cynicism.
Does that, so is Guybrush being a character who just keeps telling the same story of his past glories? Like is that also part of your descent into dark cynicism?
But I think there are some analogies, and I didn't think this up. I mean, a fan did, but you think about Monkey Island 1 is kind of about Guybrush, the new guy on the block, and he wants to learn how to be a pirate. And Monkey 2, it's almost like, it's a band, is their second album going to be good, right? I mean, Guybrush is really worried that he's not going to be able to kind of top what he did, in The Secret. And in some ways that parallels the game, right? I mean, we had this game that was really interesting, and then the second game comes out, and there's a little bit of that fear, in ourselves about whether this game is going to be good. And that's mirrored a little bit in Guybrush's fears as he kind of sets off in his journey.
Question.
I need to let the dog out.
Okay, so please let the dog out. Actually, I'm going to use this opportunity really quick.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm going to give my spiel and then we'll go back to you. I thought you'd be gone longer. Okay. I already switched camera angles. So I'm going to use this opportunity really quick to just remind everyone that this presentation that we're doing today is actually part of the Video Game History Foundation's video game source project. What we're trying to sort of establish to everyone is the cool stuff that can happen if historians have access to the more behind the scenes material behind a video game. In this case, we're showing all of the things that can be discussed if we have access to, for example, The Secret of Monkey Island, and we're able to see how Scum works and how the tools talk to each other and see the things that were cut and things like that. So if this is a cause that speaks to you, we could use your help. Go on over to gamehistory.org and get in contact with us. So back to our Q&A here. Do you remember how the collaboration with Orson Scott Card came about? Orson Scott Card, of course, is credited as the writer of the insults in the insult sword fighting in Monkey Island 1.
Well, for some reason, and I don't understand why, but he was just hanging around the games group a lot. And I think it was something that Steve Arnold had invited him for. But he was just generally hanging around and giving people story advice on games that they were doing. And so, since he was kind of already there, it really kind of seemed like a natural thing to have him go do the insults.
As in, that's a writer. We have a writer task, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like we went out and sought him out and called his agent and tried to figure it out. He was just there. He was walking around the office and so it was easy to do.
This is a good one. You were critical of Sierra's adventure game tradition of being able to die in their games. You wrote a whole editorial about this, actually. And yet you kept one in place when Guybrush can drown after 10 minutes in the first game. Why did you break the rule that one time?
Well, I think it was funny. I think that's probably the biggest reason. But I think the other reason is, it's not something that happens unexpectedly. And a lot of my problems with the Sierra games wasn't so much that you were dying, but you were dying unexpectedly. That you would pick up a shard of glass and you would cut yourself and bleed to death, right? And so I felt like with Guybrush underwater, it's like, that is 10 minutes that you have to sit underwater. And obviously people did. People waited. They wanted to see what was happening. So it just felt like they were doing something very, very intentional to get that to happen.
And I do want to give props to a line of dialogue setting that up, which is that early in the game, the pirates ask you if you have any skills, and Guybrush responds that he can hold his breath for 10 minutes. So it's a really good payoff, to like.
it's a long joke, right? It's
Yeah.
really, you got to set up that joke.
Were there any, David Shepard asks, were there any jokes or sequences in the game during development that the higher ups at Lucasfilm requested that you had to change that you can recall?
No, not at all. I don't think anyone was paying that close attention to the game.
So you weren't trying to throw in anything vulgar or anything?
No, I mean there were a couple of things like the monkey head. You know, you stick a giant Q-tip, you know, in the
No, you
ear
can't say
of
that.
monkey. And, well, I mean that was the thing, right? Is it was it was originally called a Q-tip, and you know Doug Glenn, who did the marketing, you know, he's like, you can't do that, and because that's a brand, and it was actually really fascinating because we got into a very long discussion about it, and it wasn't so much that you were using a Q-tip, right? That you can use another brand in a game or a movie or whatever, but you have to use it as it was intended. And the Q-tip was basically being rammed in the monkey's ear, and that's not the way you use a Q-tip. And so it was kind of the worry wasn't so much that we were saying Q-tip, it was that we were using a Q-tip in a potentially dangerous fashion according to the Q-tip box.
Everyone rams Q-tips right in there. No one follows the instructions. Let's be real here. Question from Urfi. This is a question that has bugged me since 1992. Really hoping for some closure on this. When you first find the Swordmaster's hideout, you can see Carla in the distance outside her house waiting for Guybrush, but her sprite is doing a really weird animation. It looks like she's constantly spinning on the spot. What is her animation supposed to be doing?
She was spinning. I mean, that's what she was doing. Just because doing something else, I don't remember, we didn't have the time, or I don't know what the reason was, but it was just a lot easier to run a bunch of scum commands in a loop that just made her spin.
Oh, here's a real inside baseball one.
I hope that provides closure.
Yeah.
It's kind of a lame answer.
Actually, for what it's worth, I looked up, because I saw this question ahead of time, I looked up the Scum script, and the function for her turning in place is called something like Carla meditation. So if it provides further meditation, at least in code, she's meditating. Question from Johnny Walker, inventor of whiskey, I believe. In Monkey Island 2's library, there's a book called Hal Barwood on Monkey 2, A Critical Review. Hal Barwood, of course, being another employee at Lucasfilm Games. In it is the quote, "Less is more, guys. You can't polish a turd." Did Barwood really say this about Monkey Island 2? Or if not, what's the joke here?
Yeah, I don't remember whether he said that specifically, but it certainly sounds like the kinds of things that Hal Barwood would say. Yeah, Hal Barwood is a great person. I really like him a lot, and he did often, say things like that to us all the time.
Actually, another question from Johnny Walker. What happened to the close-up image of Spiffy the dog in the Scum bar? It's included on the back of the Monkey Island's box, but it's not in the game. Was it ever in a build?
I don't remember. I remember thinking that it was really funny that it was going to be on the box and it wasn't in the game.
Now, whether you knew that. I see.
Yeah, but whether that was something that it was intentionally put on the box and not in the game, or whether it was cut and then it was funny that it was in the box and not in the game, that I don't remember the particulars of that. But I do remember thinking, oh, this is going to be really funny because there's a scene on the box that isn't in the game.
I can answer that a little bit from a forensic perspective, in the sense that I've been spending a lot of time with the source code repository that we have, and with all this art that we've looked at. We don't have anything with that in the game. We don't have any commented out code suggesting that there was a close up. We don't have that piece of art. Didn't survive in the repository, and so there's nothing, at least forensically, suggesting that it was in there. Not saying that it absolutely wasn't, but
So you're saying nothing that will hold up in court.
No, you cannot.
So I'm safe. I'm safe in that regard.
Yes, you are safe.
All right. Okay.
Let's see. Oh, this is an interesting one. Question. What would be your ideal version of a Monkey Island theme park ride?
Oh wow, that's a new one. Yeah, I get asked the same questions over and over and over again, and I can safely say I have never heard this one. The perfect Monkey Island theme ride. Well, I mean, in some ways, I think it's the Pirates of the Caribbean, right? The old Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Not the new one that they screwed up by putting, Jack Sparrow in, but the original Pirates of the Caribbean, right?
So just replicate that, but replace some of the characters. Call it Melee.
Yeah,
there we go. And actually, I mean, Pirates did inspire the game, the ride, I should say. Pirates of the Caribbean did inspire the game, at least partially, with Melee Island, right?
Yeah, the thing is, I loved that ride as a kid. I would just go on that over and over and over again. And, when Mark Ferrari was doing the initial screens of Melee, the very beginning of the Pirates of the Caribbean ride was very much a touchstone. That I would say I want it to feel like this, which is where you get kind of all those wonderful blues and the cool colors just kind of came from the beginning of that ride.
Yeah, and the sort of quiet, like, fireflies. I mean, there's even literally fireflies in the game. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think we're going to end it with this final question. No pressure. You better answer this really well. It's from Johan. What is your favorite moment from the first couple of games?
Favorite moments. I like the look behind you, a three-headed monkey. To me, that's a very kind of funny moment. It's a nice joke because it's set up.
Mm-hmm.
That you set the joke up, and then later there actually is a three-headed monkey. I think that is something that I'm very kind of partial to. I don't know if it's a moment, but I really do like Melee. I think that Mark really completely pulled off, the kind of mood and the feel, of that Pirates of the Caribbean ride in Melee. So that's something I'm really, really happy with.
Yeah, and I want to answer this myself because my favorite moment, I just want to tell you directly, I think the funniest thing in both of those games is the underwater puzzle where you've just stolen the idol, and then the sheriff kicks you into the water where you are tied down by the idol, and you're surrounded by these incredibly sharp objects that are just out of reach. And there's like 8 of them. Like, it's like every sharp thing you can imagine. And the solution, of course, is to just pick up the idol and put it back in your pocket because it was just in there. And to me, that joke, and there's the scene right there. We're looking at it right now. Scissors, a cleaver, bone saw, hatchet, and there's the idol in the middle. And that to me is the humor of those first 2 games. It's the sort of meta humor of what it means to be an adventure game protagonist.
Yeah, those are really hard puzzles to design, because you can't roam around the world and look for the things. You're trapped in this one room. It is very much the escape the room type puzzles. And I dread those when doing an adventure, escape the room puzzles where you're sitting in a single room and everything you need is kind of right there to do it. And I think the idol gets paid off with a joke. It's not paid off with clever puzzle solving. It's just paid off with a joke, which I think works well for Monkey Island.
Yeah, and it to me, it just, I don't know, that it really fits the attitude to me of those first games of almost making fun of adventure game tropes, which I think is what I like about it.
Oh, I would never do that.
Of course not. So yeah, we are 40 minutes over time. I think we're going to call it there. Is there anything you'd like to add to the 700 people who are still watching this?
Yeah, no, this was great fun, and I mean, I really love what you're doing. You know,
Thank you.
protecting and preserving all of this stuff, because I know, I had a big chunk of Monkey Island boxes and a bunch of other stuff that sat in my garage or my basement, and then my basement flooded and it was all destroyed.
Oh my God.
So I think having this stuff preserved, I mean, it's a great nostalgia trip, for the designers and the people that made the games. But I think it's also just super interesting for other people to kind of learn, how this stuff happened. And maybe there aren't a lot of techniques that we use that are applicable today because so much has changed. But I think you have to know kind of where you've been to know where you're going. And I think preserving this stuff is incredibly important.
Thank you so much for saying that. I swear I didn't pay you a dime.
But I don't get 50% of ticket sales.
You don't. It's all, we're a charity, man. Ron, thank you so much for your time. This was great.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks. And we're going to go back to that loading screensaver because you guys liked it so much. So I'll leave that running for a little while. So thanks everyone for watching. Thank you so much for the incredible amount of ticket sales that you Monkey Island fans generated. I mean, that's so much money to our charity. We're going to put it to good use, I promise, working directly on the source code project. So thank you very much. And maybe we'll do this again sometime. So see you later. Bye, everyone.
Bye.